be here.
Yes. I'm gonna add.
Yeah, she wants to take my spray.
Except when one of the windows got stuck. That was really bad. Yeah. Memory's still going. It's gonna stop.
Once they start if you guys watch on NBC, they're the ones doing this whole show, so they'll have some
stabilizer platform.
Shot.
How long will we go? Right here.
No more than 5. But I'd start spinning.
Yep.
Look to the horizon, ladies and gentlemen. In just a minute, you'll see the iconic and world-famous flight demonstration team, the United States Navy Blue Angels. Right now, they are screaming up the Hudson River in their legendary 6-jet Delta formation. Be sure to note how rock-solid that flight path is. Following closely behind the Blues, we have a massive, roaring wall of sound. A 10-ship mixed formation showcasing the raw, tactical muscle of the United States Navy's carrier air wings. We have 8 FA-18 Super Hornets escorting 2 of the cutting-edge F-35C Lightning IIs.
Let's go in.
Breaking the tension now with the magnificent splash of color. Look up for the French Air and Space Force's elite aerobatic team, the Patrouille de France. These 9 Alpha jets are leaving trails of red, white, and blue smoke. What a beautiful display of Allied air power. Ladies and gentlemen, history is roaring to life over the Hudson right now. Look up to see the breathtaking commemorative Air Force in a stunning formation. Leading the pack are legendary heavy bombers from World War II, the mighty B-29 Superfortress, escorted by a sleek, snarling P-51 Mustang. From the deep rumble of the past to the futuristic sound of the present, look to the south as a U.S. Marine Corps MV-22 Osprey approaches the flight line. Watch closely as it crosses the center point. Those massive 38-foot prop rotors can gracefully shift from forward flight mode into a vertical hover. Today, it remains in forward flight as it flies up the Hudson before our eyes. The Osprey is an engineering marvel. It is the world's first production tilt-rotor aircraft, giving the Marines the high-speed, long-range performance of a turboprop airplane combined with the vertical takeoff capability of a helicopter. Coming in low and steady now, we have a pair of U.S. Navy C-2A Greyhounds. Notice that unique high-wing design and the distinctive four-finned tail configuration. These twin-engine turboprops might not have the flashy speed of a fighter, but they have served as the absolute lifeline for the fleet for many years. Right on the heels of the Greyhounds, block out the sun for two massive U.S. Marine Corps KC-130J Super Hercules transports. These four-engine tactical tankers are flying in a tight side-by-side formation, showcasing the incredible stability of this legendary aviation framework. The Herc has been in continuous production longer than any other military aircraft in history, but these modern Marine Corps versions are uniquely specialized. The K in KC-130 stands for tanker. And now for a very special debut. Looking to the south, we have a pair of sleek twin-engine turboprops flying by. These are the brand new U.S. Navy T-54A Marlin IIs, making one of their first major public appearances. This aircraft is the brand new backbone of the Navy's multi-engine training system, based on the commercial Beechcraft King Air 260. The T-54A is actively replacing the venerable T-44 Pegasus, which has been training naval aviators since the late 1970s. Up next, we welcome one of the newest members of the NATO alliance, Sweden. Hailing from the Swedish Air Force, this is their heavy lift champ, the C-130H, known locally in Sweden as the TP-84. Keep looking south, everyone. If you've ever wondered what absolute structural strength looks like, this is it. Flying by now is a Lockheed WP-3D Orion, operated by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, better known as the NOAA Hurricane Hunters. This massive four-engine turboprop is heavily modified and bristles with specialized weather radars, including that giant distinctive black dome sitting under the fuselage. Coming in next, we have a beautiful two-ship formation representing the lifesavers of the U.S. Coast Guard. Leading the pair is the long-range HC-130J Super Hercules, flanked closely by its medium-range counterpart, the HC-144B Ocean Sentry. Representing the humanitarian heart of our armed forces, they sport that unmistakable, high-visibility white, orange, and blue paint scheme. These aircraft are a beacon of hope for those in peril at sea. They watch over millions of square miles of ocean, embodying the uniquely American commitment to saving lives and enforcing the rule of law. Closing out our heavy transport and rescue block today, the sky is filled with a massive display of Air Force tactical power. Flying overhead in a tight side-by-side pass is a standard C-130J Super Hercules alongside its highly specialized brother, the HC-130J Combat King II. The HC-130J Combat King II is a legend as the Air Force's only dedicated fixed-wing personnel recovery platform, a powerful reminder of the American ethos, no man left behind. Flown by Air Combat Command, its primary highly dangerous job is to sneak deep behind enemy lines at night to rescue downed pilots or isolated troops. Up next, beating the air into submission is an impressive 5-ship formation of U.S. Navy MH-60R Seahawks, known in the fleet as the Romeo. This helicopter, equipped for its primary mission of anti-submarine hunting, is the undisputed apex predator of the ocean surface. Here comes a flash of bright orange and white. Listen to the high-pitched hum of 4 U.S. Navy TH-73A Thrashers flying past in an immaculate diamond formation. This sleek helicopter is the advanced training platform for the next generation of Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard helicopter pilots. Representing the Kingdom of Spain, we have an incredibly rare mixed 3-ship formation from the Spanish Air and Space Force. Look at this spectacular lineup: 2 nimble H-135 trainers and a rugged From the deep drone of the maritime patrols, get ready for a sharp buzz as 4 U.S. Air Force T-6A Texan IIs cut through the airspace in flawless formation. Keep an eye for those vibrant blue and white markings. This single-engine turboprop is the very first aircraft every single aspiring Air Force and Navy fighter pilot straps into to learn the fundamentals of military flight.
And nothing gets me down. You got it tough. I've seen the toughest around. And I know, baby, just how you feel. You got to roll with the punches and get to what's real. Can't you see me standing here? I got my back against the wrecking machine. I ain't the worst that you've seen.
Swooping overhead now is a crisp formation of 4 U.S. Navy T-6 Texan II aircraft. Don't let the propellers fool you. This turboprop powerhouse is where every single Navy and Marine Corps pilot begins their journey to earning their wings of gold.
Go ahead and jump, jump. Go ahead and jump. Oh, hey you, who said that? Baby, how you been? You say you don't know, you won't know until you begin. Can't you see me standing here? I got my back against the wrecking machine. I ain't the worst that you've seen. Can't you see what I mean? Might as well jump, jump. Go ahead and jump. Might as well jump, jump. Go ahead.
Screaming in now are 4 U.S. Navy T-45 Goshawks. This sleek, single-engine orange and white jet is the final step for student aviators before they transition to tailhook aircraft that land on United States Navy aircraft carriers. The E-2D Advanced Hawkeye is the U.S. Navy's premier airborne early warning and battle management platform. Featuring a state-of-the-art electronically scanned array radar, this digital quarterback provides 360-degree long-range radar surveillance, tracks hundreds of air and surface targets simultaneously, and coordinates complex strike warfare deep into hostile territory. Did you know that the Hawkeye's distinctive rotating radar can monitor the air, sea, and portions of the land simultaneously, giving commanders an unmatched picture of the battle space before friendly forces ever arrive?
Up next,
Bringing a thunderous rumble to the skies now is a roaring four-ship formation of U.S. Air Force A-10 Thunderbolt IIs, affectionately known as the Warthog. High in the sky, making a spectacular international appearance next, is a single air Airbus A330 multi-role tanker transport aircraft, representing the Spanish Air and Space Force. This enormous wide-body aircraft is a true dual-threat asset. Is a solo U.S. Air Force C-17 Loadmaster III, showing off its jaw-dropping profile. This aircraft is the modern arsenal of democracy, capable of delivering hope in the form of humanitarian aid, or formidable power in the form of combat troops to any corner of the earth in a matter of hours. Shifting our gaze back to our international partners, the German Luftwaffe is represented by twin-engine Eurofighters. This formation shows off Germany's rapid reaction capability to deploy anywhere on the globe at a moment's notice. Over the Hudson next is a tight four-ship formation of U.S. Navy P-8A Poseidons. At first glance, you might think you are looking at standard commercial passenger airliners, and you wouldn't be entirely wrong. The P-8A is a heavily modified from the ubiquitous Boeing 737 airframe. But don't let the corporate look fool you. This is the Navy's ultimate state-of-the-art submarine hunter. because approaching from the south is the ultimate display of American strategic air power. A historic three-generation heavy bomber triad flying together. Leading the formation is the unmistakable bat-like shadow of the B-2 Spirit stealth bomber. Right on his wing is the sleek, supersonic B-1B Lancer, and anchoring the trio is the towering Titan itself, featuring 2 UH-1Y Venom utility helicopters and 2 sleek AH-1Z Viper attack helicopters, known to Marines as the Huey and Cobra. This dynamic duo is the ultimate tag team of the Marine Air Ground Task Force.
This is how legends are made.
And if you think it's getting windy down on the Hudson, you are right. Approaching now are 2 massive CH-53E Super Stallions and 2 CH-53K King Stallions, the legendary heavy lifters of the Marine Corps. Sailors aboard amphibious ships affectionately call this giant the Hurricane Maker because its 3 massive engines generate a blinding downwash of air whenever it takes off. To extend a helping hand from the sky. Storming the New York City skyline with a massive combined air assault formation. Leading the charge is the double-rotor CH-47 Chinook heavy lifter, flanked by lethal AH-64 Apache attack helicopters and many iconic UH-60 Black Hawk utility transports. Production for more than 60 years, while the Apache's helmet-mounted sight allows the aircraft sensors and weapons to follow wherever the crew member looks. Streak of black and gold arrives. The prestigious Al-Farsan aerobatic display team representing the United Arab Emirates Air Force. These 7 elite pilots are flying their brand new twin-engine Hongnu L-15 advanced jet trainers. The team's stunning black livery represents the oil hidden deep beneath the earth, while the gold reflects the vast, beautiful sands of the desert. yourselves for a deafening wall of sound as the United States Air Force commands the sky with an incredible 9-ship tactical fighter formation. Leading the charge is the F-22 Raptor and flanked by 4 iconic F-16 Fighting Falcons. This is the ultimate showcase of American air superiority. From the U.S. Navy, featuring 2 frontline F-A-18 Super Hornets escorting nimble F-5 Tigers. These aircraft belong to the Navy's elite adversary squadrons, where iron sharpens iron. By simulating enemy tactics, these elite pilots ensure that when American aviators face real threats, they are the most lethal, highly trained warfighters on the planet. Next is a beautifully crisp formation of F-35A Lightning IIs from our steadfast NATO allies, the Royal Netherlands Air Force. The Dutch were one of the primary international partners involved in designing this revolutionary 5th-generation stealth fighter from day one. You absolutely do not see every day. AB-8B Harrier 2 jets, representing the Spanish Air and Space Force. Spain represents the last operational Harrier community in Europe, a proud legacy of Seastall aviation.
Sorry.
That deep rumble returning as the U.S. Marine Corps sweeps in with a formation of F-35B Lightning IIs and legacy F/A-18C Hornets. This is a beautiful snapshot of marine aviation in transition, but highlights the relentless, anytime, any-place expeditionary power that keeps American interests hard low. Up next, 3 F-35 Lightning IIs. Did you know that Italy operates both the conventional F-35A and the short takeoff and vertical landing F-35B, giving it flexibility from both land bases and aircraft-capable ships? Looming large over the New York City skyline is an essential site in global military operations. A massive U.S. Air Force KC-135 Stratotanker flanked by F-35A Lightning IIs. Up next, the United States Air Force T-38 Talon, which has shaped generations of American aviators. For decades, it has trained fighter pilots, bomber pilots, test pilots, and astronauts in the skills needed for high-speed, high-performance flight. Now flying in from the south, the United States Navy carrier strike formation of 6 FA-18EF Super Hornets. The Super Hornet is the backbone of today's carrier air wing. Its strength is versatility. It can fight air-to-air, strike targets ashore, suppress enemy air defenses, conduct reconnaissance, and even refuel other aircraft. Closing out our aerial review today with unparalleled British flair, look up for BAE Hawk T-1s from the United Kingdom's Royal Air Force, the world-famous Red Arrows. Watch as they fill the sky, trailing a magnificent patriotic plume of red, white, and blue smoke right across the city's skyline. What a spectacular, vibrant exclamation point to end our review.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Ambassador to the United Nations, Mike.
Hello everyone, great to be with you. And I just wanted to take a minute to talk to you about how incredible this day is and where we're sitting right now. To put it in perspective, for all of human history, thousands of years, we, people, got our rights from kings, from queens, from emperors, from czars. Just how incredible 250 years ago, our founding fathers stated.
Weird at you?
No.
They always have to be defended. Now, as a diplomat, under a president for peace, under a vice president for peace, I can tell you what, they do all they can to make sure we're using words, not bullets. But our enemies know, our enemies absolutely know, when we're sitting at that diplomatic table and they look offshore and they see a ship like this, full of badass sailors, full of badass Marines, and sitting side by side with capable allies, they know President Trump, Vice President Vance, Secretary Rubio mean business, and they make my job a hell of a lot easier. So, as an Army guy, I stand here today proud to say, go Navy, and happy birthday, America. Thank you, and I salute you. God bless you.
Please welcome to the stage Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Daryl Connor.
Good morning, everyone. I thought the ambassador was going to say, go Navy, beat Army. Vice President Vance, Acting Secretary of the Navy Cal, distinguished foreign heads of Navy, senior leaders, sailors, Marine, Coast Guardmen, honored guests, and friends, it's my pleasure to say welcome aboard USS Kearsarge. Vice President Vance, thank you for being with us here today. Your presence means a great deal to the Navy and Marine Corps team and every nation represented here. There's no better place to celebrate the enduring value and freedom than on board a United States warship, surrounded by the ships and sailors of nations committed to preserving peace and security at sea. Acting Secretary Cal, thank you, sir, for being here and serving as the reviewing official for today, and for bringing together this extraordinary gathering of ships, crews, and maritime leaders to honor 250 years of American independence. I also want to thank Captain Goshinsky and the crew of the Kearsarge. Great warships don't simply arrive ready. They are made ready through disciplined crews, careful planning, and countless hours of hard work. Today's ceremony is a reflection of that professionalism and the pride of our sailors and Marines take in representing our nation. So to the Kearsarge team, bravo Zulu. I also want to thank every unit involved in making this event possible. Your professionalism helped make this celebration worthy of the moment. We gather aboard an American warship to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the independence of the United States of America. 250 years ago, our nation declared that liberty was worth defending. From the very beginning, that defense depended on command of the sea. Our first Navy was created not simply to fight battles, but to protect our commerce, strengthen our alliances, and secure the freedom upon which our young republic depended. That story continues today. The International Naval Review is more than a ceremony. It's a display of maritime strength, shared purpose, and international friendship. It demonstrates that like-minded maritime nations continue to sail together in defense of our shared interests and shared values. We train together, we operate together, and if called upon, we are prepared to fight together. Our interoperability is built through years of shared operations, mutual trust, and professional respect. To every participating nation, thank you. Looking across the waterfront today, we see far more than a collection of ships. We see generations of maritime tradition, enduring partnerships, and the collective resolve of nations committed to preserving peace through strength. Your ships, your crews, and your presence remind us that maritime security is shared security. No nation can protect the sea alone. Together, through trust, interoperability, and shared resolve, we preserve the freedom of the seas, deter aggression, and help ensure stability for generations to come. God bless our nation, the United States Navy, and the sailors and families that serve. Happy birthday, USA!
Please welcome the Acting Secretary of the Navy, the Honorable Hung Cao.
Good morning, everyone. Happy birthday, America. Mr. Vice President, sir, welcome back to your Navy Marine Corps family. Today, we're marking two massive milestones. First, we're celebrating the birth of the United States and its sacred ideals of liberty, freedom, and self-government. This year, as we commemorate America's 250th anniversary, we honor 2.5 centuries of grit, sacrifice, and raw courage by the warriors who have defended these ideals. Second, the International Naval Review, standing on the deck of this legendary warship alongside our global allies and partners, proving to the world that our maritime coalition remains unbroken, lethal, and ready for the next 250 years. For 250 years, our Navy Marine Corps team has owned the high seas. We've defended this homeland, projected devastating power ashore, and represented the absolute best of American strength around the globe. This history isn't just in the textbooks. It is welded into the steel of this ship, USS Kearsarge. In 1864, the original Kearsarge hunted down and destroyed the Confederate raider CSS Alabama off the coast of France. That victory showed the world that American sea power was real and that we will protect our nation's interests whenever and wherever they are threatened. Today's USS Kearsarge carries the exact same fighting spirit. As the flagship of an amphibious ready group, the ship is the ultimate Swiss Army knife of national security. From launching Marines into the fight to delivering life-saving humanitarian aid and executing high-stakes special operations missions, Kearsarge gives the President and the Vice President lethal, flexible options that no other force on Earth can match. Now let's be honest, Kearsarge is no spring chicken. She was commissioned in 1993. She's got over 33 years of hard miles behind her. But I've said this before and I'll say it again. Our sailors and Marines don't make excuses. Heck, you can give them a rusty K-bar and a leaky canoe and they'll sneak into your country and kill you. As for this ship and her crew, they rescued an Air Force pilot downed in Bosnia. They evacuated 2,500 people from the chaos of West Africa. They brought the fight to the enemy during Operations Enduring Freedom, Iraqi Freedom, and Operations over Libya. They surged into the Middle East to secure vital global shipping lanes and hunt down maritime threats. They delivered life-saving disaster relief in the Caribbean and Latin America, stepping it up during Hurricanes Irma and Maria when they devastated the region. And recently, they pushed deep into the high north and Baltic Sea, operating side by side with our allies and partners to remind our adversaries we represent maritime dominance wherever we sail. For 3 decades, Kearsarge sailed the world to reassure allies and remind our enemies, if diplomacy fails, we have a very big stick. American sea power is measured by our readiness to fight and our absolute commitment to serve. The International Naval Review isn't just about looking to the past, it's a call to action. 250 years ago, our founders knew that America's survival depended on a dominant Navy, and today we're answering that same call. That is the drive behind President Trump's Golden Fleet, our blueprint to build the dominant naval force that will carry America to the next 250 years. We're going to build ships. We're going to expand our fleet, rebuild our shipyards, inject strength into our industrial base, and dominate the technology of tomorrow. But most importantly, we're going to recruit, train, and retain the hard-charging sailors and Marines that are a true backbone of our maritime dominance. Every single watch, every single deployment, every single mission protects our economy, defends our allies, and preserves the freedom of the seas. The Golden Fleet of today is like Teddy Roosevelt's great white fleet before her. It is our promise to the next generation that America will continue to lead, continue to deter, and continue to preserve peace through strength. I have no doubt that when this country turns 500 years old, we will owe it under the protection of the lethal Navy Marine Corps team that we're building today. That is our promise. To our sailors and Marines, I'm never above you, I'm never below you, I'm always beside you. Semper Fi and Hoo-yah. Now, it is my distinct honor to introduce a leader who has fought tirelessly for our service members, our veterans, and our families. A brother in arms who once wore the uniform of the United States Marine. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the 50th Vice President of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance.
How we doing? Hoorah! Semper Fi! And happy birthday to all the sailors and the Marines and all the service members of this incredible ship. Please, please, ladies and gentlemen, take a seat. You know, I know it's 100 degrees out here, but my speechwriters wrote me a nice 9-hour address, so it's going to be a long day. A long day. But let me start by saying, first of all, thank you for being here on this incredibly historic occasion. I have to give a shout out to Admiral Caudle and, of course, Acting Secretary Cal, 2 great Americans. Thank you for your leadership and for everything you've done to prepare us for this incredible celebration today. And I also, of course, got to give thank you, but also special greetings from the President of the United States for reviving this incredibly proud naval tradition as we celebrate 250 years of American daring and 250 years of American naval excellence. Today, we celebrate 250 years of America facing the future without fear. We celebrate 250 years of proving what a free people can achieve by the providence of our almighty Creator. I want to welcome the incredible sailors who are with us today, all the Marines, the Coasties, and countless others from all of our forces who serve our nation and do so proudly. And I especially want to thank and welcome our wounded warriors and Gold Star families, many of New York's finest police officers and bravest firefighters, and of course we have a number of local leaders from across this tri-state area. I'm honored to welcome the dozens of Navy chiefs and other guests from other countries around the world who represent the vessels joining us in today's review. And to the Americans who are watching back home, we have over 50 countries from all over the world who chose to send fighters or naval vessels here to honor our country. And we say from the bottom of our hearts, we are grateful for our friends, grateful for our allies on this special anniversary. It is a very American thing to ring in 250 years of American history by parading our naval and Air Force might for the world to see. But I can't help but consider that 250 years ago, the waters of New York Harbor looked very, very different. While the Continental Congress met in Philadelphia to ratify the Declaration of Independence, General Washington was right here in Manhattan, peering out on this beautiful land and beautiful sea. His attention was fixed on the horizon, watching for sails of the most powerful navy on earth. 1 week before, the British had begun landing troops on Staten Island, and they had landed 32,000 in just over 6 weeks. One colonist still in the city recounted it seemed as if all of London was afloat and heading to the new nation. War was coming, and everyone knew it. By July of 1776, 80% of New York's population had emptied out in anticipation of the coming violence. And that brings us back to our great General Washington. He knew the battles to come would be bruising and would demand much of his men. But they needed to know, through hot summers and cold winters, exactly what they were being asked to fight for. And so, just a few days after the Declaration of Independence was signed, George Washington read aloud the words of the incredible Declaration. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Even today, 250 years to the day later, these words command a tremendous power over us as Americans. For 250 years, they have stirred our hearts, and they've reminded us of who we are as a people. But to Washington's soldiers, to the people to whom they were first read, think about this, they were entirely new. What has become standard American parlance, they had never heard those words before. And I think it's something striking to reflect on, that in 2026, the Declaration was written with the assumption that its audience would immediately grasp its words. Though they had never heard it, they would know exactly what it meant. It wasn't written for historians, it wasn't written for academics, it wasn't written for the generations to come. It was written for the people of this fledgling country. It was written for the soldiers who would fight to turn those words into a new system of government. As a document, it does not handhold its readers, It's citizenship at a very hard level. It does not pause to explain who this creator is. It doesn't explain what the equality of men means. It doesn't try to go into details about the consent of the governed. It simply declares these truths to be self-evident. 250 years later, it's worth asking, self-evident to whom? The Declaration proclaims truths the founders believed to all mankind, yes, but it says those truths in language intended to be familiar specifically to the American nation that it was authored to, authored by, and authored for. It was, as Jefferson put it later in his own life, an expression of the American mind. A document whose purpose wasn't, quote, to find out new principles or new arguments, but to place before mankind the common sense of the subject, the common sense of the American people. That people had been generations in the making. 1776 was not an accident. The patriots of that era understood themselves to be heirs to an older civilization who would carry it forward. Now, they shared with Great Britain the same language, the same God, the same system of common law. They even read many of the same books and observed many of the same customs. They shared the same understanding of justice and public life. George Washington's boyhood offers a small but revealing example. When he was 13 years old, he copied down more than 100 entries from a tiny little book called The Rules of Civility and Decent Behavior. It was not an American work, but it was first published in London more than a century before George Washington was born. Yet the America that formed Washington demanded qualities that no book, no manual could teach. Before General Washington commanded an army, he spent his 20s surveying America's wild interior, saving up money, learning self-reliance on a continent that rewarded initiative more than pedigree. It didn't care if you were a nobleman, it cared what you could do. Now, our society at the time reinforced the habits Washington learned in the wilderness. Frontier life rewarded resourcefulness, while America's colonial assemblies taught citizens to govern their own affairs. It taught citizens to be self-governing human beings. Churches at the time, especially those who were touched by the Great Awakening, reminded congregants that no earthly hierarchy outweighed the equal dignity of every human soul before its creator. All of that came together. And so it was no surprise that when Washington's soldiers first heard the Declaration 250 years ago, they understood precisely what it meant. They understood the meaning that was conveyed. It was seismic, but it was their birthright as citizens of this new republic. The words might have been new, but they expressed a feeling, something that already lived in the heart of every single American patriot, and I believe those words still live in the heart of every single American patriot today. And for 7 long years, they fought for that birthright. It wasn't easy. On some days, it was hotter even than it was today, as hard as that is to believe. Many suffered and died for that dream and died for those principles. But by the grace of Almighty God, they secured for us a free, a proud, and an independent republic that endures, and doesn't just endure, but thrives to this very day. As Washington traded in the uniform for the presidency, he remained preoccupied with the physical land that had shaped him. He imagined wagons crossing mountains, paths out of the Alleghenies and the Appalachians, and canals connecting the Potomac and the Ohio River to its western valleys. Our first president would not live long enough to see that vision of a continent connected. He would not live to see it to completion. But the rivers he surveyed in his youth carried on westward without him. They carried settlers and new riches and cities waiting to be built. And eventually, they carried a 13-year-old boy by the name of James Buchanan Eads. In the fall of 1833, Eads and his family, like many Americans, moved west to the nation's growing frontier, the land of opportunity. And as their steamboat approached St. Louis, its boiler exploded, throwing him into the turbulent waters of the Mississippi. The family lost everything, every earthly possession, and the river nearly killed young Eads. From that moment on, he vowed not to be a slave to that mighty river, but to make it his own. He received no formal education, but to support his family, he sold apples on the St. Louis riverfront, captivated by the bustle and frontier of boomtown St. Louis. At 16, he took a job on the water, and not long after, he conceived of an idea that most engineers at the time, they thought it was crazy. They thought it was insane. You know, sunken ships and other treasures lay scattered along the bottom of the Mississippi. No business in the world existed to salvage them, to take that buried treasure on the bottom of the mighty Mississippi and bring it to work for people. Unlike the more peaceful streams out east, the river's strong currents and turbid waters, most insisted that ordinary diving in the mighty Mississippi was impossible. You could not do what Eads proposed that we do. But he disagreed. And so he did what every American does when they're told they can't do something. He went out and did it anyway, and he did it himself. He bought a 40-gallon whiskey barrel, fixed it to a diving bell, and climbed in, and down he went all by himself. The riverbed was pitch black, the current pulling his feet every which way. Sand swirled around him like a dense snowstorm, he later recalled. But he located his target, a large hunk of lead, tied on the cable, and came back to the surface. Eads went on to become one of the nation's greatest civil engineers. He built the very first bridge spanning the Mississippi River south of its confluence with the Missouri. An impressive feat for a man who'd never built a bridge before. The people who told him, you can't build the most difficult bridge because you've never built a bridge before, he said, yes, I can, because I'm an American and I'm going to do it myself. It was the first on the planet, that bridge, to be made of steel. And residents of St. Louis still use that bridge to this very day, nearly 200 years later. That is American ingenuity and American greatness. At the river's mouth in Louisiana, Eads raised jetties that helped calm its violent flooding to prevent the buildup of silt. And by doing so, he transformed New Orleans from the 9th largest port in the United States to the 2nd most powerful port in the world, rivaling only the city that stands behind us. But Eads had already faced a still greater test, because as the Civil War broke out, the government summoned him to Washington for his help building the ironclads which the United States Navy would seize the Mississippi with. It was no matter that Eads had never built a gunboat in his life. He had never built a gunboat ever. Instead, he completed 700 of them in 100 days. It's unbelievable. The river ships that Eads built were so strong that the Navy deployed them into the ocean to secure the Gulf. They served their purpose. They defended the Mississippi, and in doing so, they helped preserve our Union. And so it kept growing. And of course, the American frontier made way to farms and factories stretching further and further west. River towns became great cities. Railroads reached the Pacific. Steel mills rose where once wilderness had stood. The American mind widened, and the Republican whose independence Washington won, that James Eads had helped sew together, grew into the most powerful industrial powerhouse in the history of humanity. For other nations, growing industry brought dispossession before it did prosperity. In the old world, the one our ancestors had left behind, the Industrial Revolution threw society into chaos. And into that chaos rushed vacuums and ideologies that answered the dignity of man with labor camps and killing fields. Where the old world led to communism and fascism. The Americans recognized that at root, they were a denial of everything that Washington and Jefferson had read to his men 250 years ago. The free world needed to win, but in order for the free world to beat communism and fascism, it had to outproduce them. And as in every conflict before, America looked to her sailors for help, and to the builders who made sure those sailors had the very best ships to sail on. Among them was a man that we know as Henry Kaiser. Like Eads, Kaiser had grown up with very little. The son of German immigrants, he dropped out of school at 13 to work the stockroom at a dry goods store in Utica, making $1.50 a week and commuting 4 miles each way on foot. Eventually, he moved to Spokane for better job opportunities, setting his sights on starting his own company. Now, he walked into a bank with no business, no workforce, and no history, just a single proposed contract and what the banker would later describe as sheer audacity. He walked out with a $25,000 loan. And with his workers, he erected the Hoover Dam and hundreds of miles of highway across the West. Everywhere he went, he organized ordinary Americans to build extraordinary things. And everywhere he went, he believed their welfare and the welfare of the enterprise that he was building went hand in hand. Kaiser pioneered health coverage at his construction sites. That's why we know the name of Kaiser, because he understood that men working in dangerous conditions, they deserve to see a doctor. He saw his workers as partners, and he walked the walk long before it was fashionable to do so. Where some say that America's story is one of the dispossessed struggling against the powerful, Kaiser shows that America's greatness is built by cooperation between all of our citizens from every single walk of American life. Now, that cooperation was important, but it became profoundly important the day after Pearl Harbor. The United States Navy at the time needed ships bigger and better and faster than anyone thought they could be built. We didn't have the biggest Navy in the world, but we needed one, and we needed one fast. So Kaiser did what Americans always do when confronted with the impossible. He put it on his shoulders and said, "Let's go do it." Kaiser had never made a ship in his life, but that wasn't going to stop him. First, he built shipyards all up and down the Pacific coast. Then he filled them with American workers, 250,000 of them. Farm boys from Iowa, miners from Appalachia, mothers from Detroit who had never held a welding torch. Together they launched nearly 15,000 Liberty ships, vessels that carried American cargo and sailors across 2 oceans. His Richmond Yard built one of them, the SS Robert E. Peary, in an astonishing 4 days and 15 hours. The shipbuilders Kaiser hired, they weren't just a means to an end, they were his partners. Kaiser looked at his workers and saw people, Americans who got sick, who had families to raise, who showed up in Richmond and Portland with little more than a hat in their hand, but who had amazing potential. He saw the potential of normal Americans when unshackled from destitution. And he saw them not just as mouths to feed or as workers to pay, he saw them as fellow citizens who could build amazing things. So he built housing near these shipyards and nursery schools to help mothers join the war effort. He extended the health plan he had started at his dams to every worker at every yard, opening it to the public after the U.S. won World War II. And though separated by generations, I tell the story of these 3 men because Kaiser and Eads and Washington, they were exactly the kind of men that Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence for. Kaiser was an American. He looked at what needed doing and he did it, and he trusted the men and women around them to do the same, knowing that he could only do his job if they did theirs too. Our Declaration of Independence may have spoken to universal human truths and broadly shared human desires. Of course it does. but it was a document written by and for a particular kind of people, the American people. From General Washington to James Buchanan Eads, from Henry Kaiser, one of America's great shipbuilders, to the sailors standing here today. And by the way, what you folks watching at home on TV may not realize is that everything that you saw, everything that you see today was destroyed last night in a storm, but these great sailors rebuilt it in 12 hours so that you all could be here, so that we could have this amazing procession, and so we could celebrate our 250th birthday in style. All of us, connected through the generations, rich and poor of every job, we are a people formed by generations of self-governance and personal industry. We are formed by Frontier Assembly Hall and congregation, by River Valley and prairie and factory floor. We are formed by the conviction that we are bound to one another, not only by bloodline nor creed alone, but by a common character, a shared fate, and a shared future. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to address what you will hear from some loud voices today. Because as much as all of us, whether we're Democrat or Republican, whatever our political persuasion, all of us are celebrating. But you will hear a couple small but loud voices today speak obsessively not of our national greatness, but of our national imperfections. They will speak of the powerless and the dispossessed. They will tell you that America is just another country where the weak struggle against the strong. And if they acknowledge that there is anything to be proud of in our history, they'll say it's the fact that sometimes the powerless have won a zero-sum battle. They're wrong. They'll talk about America's sins with the anger and zeal of a brimstone preacher, but without any of the grace or forgiveness that must be present in the Christian faith. These people misunderstand the essence of America, from Thomas Jefferson to Henry Kaiser. They misunderstand that we all have moments of great power despite those very real imperfections. That there are victims and heroes who live inside of each of us, from the most ambitious leaders and builders to steel welders like my grandfather. People who had their own role to play in turning this dangerous wilderness into the proudest civilization in history. So what I'd ask you to do, my fellow Americans, on our 250th birthday, is to reject the two-dimensional view of your fellow citizens and reject the two-dimensional view of your country. Reject that America is a place for zero-sum thinking, because it is not. Our history is one of people carving a great civilization out of the wilderness. Reject the view of your nation that sees only its sins, but not its grace and its greatness. Everything that we have done as a country, we have done together. Not as citizens divided against each other, but as a common people working towards a common future. When we won our independence, we were led by General Washington to liberty and greatness, but marching ahead of him were thousands of boys from all over the new nation who gave Washington's military genius its foundation and its firepower. When we saved the world in World War II from tyranny in the 20th century, of course we needed great military leadership and tactical genius from our generals, but we also needed Rosie the Riveter, Iowa farm girls who built the machinery of war, and the sweethearts they sent to a world away to storm the beaches at Normandy. When we went to the moon, of course our great astronauts flew the rockets and our great men of science and engineering built them. But there were clerks and janitors and welders like my grandfather who each played their distinctive American part. All of us have a part. All of us had our part, our role to play in creating 250 years of a proud American story. And all of us will need to do our part to create the next 250 years of American greatness. So I say to all my fellow Americans, I'm proud of you. Happy birthday. and happy birthday to our great nation. Today, my friends, we celebrate, and tomorrow we get back to work. God bless you. Thank you for having me.
I'm the counter. And the big big. And the wings. Me. You.
everything's in its place. Drop it. The like plaza area. That was, this is like the backup plan. And he was like, go to Fan Village. And I'm like, Fan Village is closed tomorrow.
Yeah, Fleet Week is underway right now. There's tons of U.S. military members here visiting. They're out in their dress uniforms as well, so easily spottable when folks are taking pictures. Remember, also, there's a huge World Cup game going on tomorrow across the river, New Jersey, Brazil versus Norway. In fact, last night was in Times Square, and the Norwegian fans, they were doing their row with their drum. Everyone's out there taking videos of that as well. Here was the deck of the Intrepid. Great view of the Sailforth 250 parade of tall ships going through. Here's another one coming up. This one is flagged for Peru. This way, and we're just talking to someone more. Italy all over here. So probably a couple of weeks for this ship from Peru. By the way, the Italian ship we showed earlier, that was here under for 2026 again. In 1976, the largest ship here, the Bicentennial, was the largest passenger ship. Now this one has finally kind of went up that as well. So you got the tall ships, you got military ships. Let's talk about the U.S. military ships as well. You see the one next to us. It's number 4. So if you want to see a ship, want to know what it is, it's kind of cool. This is the USS Arlington.
The largest tall ship here today, this one here behind me from Peru, 378 feet, 4 masts, and the largest trading vessel, all in black there.
So they're here for their first deliveries. And quickly down below, it's the larger ship. Lots of stuff to go on here for Sailforth 250 for Independence Day as well as for Fleet Week right here in the Navy.
Yeah, that's really big. Woo! So
Come on, Kate. I should get out of the saddle.
Daughter, she went back to this one before. Yeah, well, so it's good.
It's like I'm shutting off.
Give it like 20 minutes.
Did they come back down? Okay, because I think that one, that was the first one that came back, right? Yeah, and I love sailing.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I'm a sailor.
Nice.
I just moved into this building like 2 weeks ago, and when I was looking in the water, it was like, I need to be back by the water. I want my sail in my life. I want my ferry to be my
There you go. Yeah, my daughter lives right here. It's like so convenient for her to just go into the city.
Yeah, it is, yeah. 'Cause I just moved from the city, and yesterday I took the ferry over and went to the salon and stuff that I always went to when I lived on the west side. I didn't take the ferry home though after that. Oh, down there, yeah.
I don't want to work from there.
What are you filming? I know, I was thinking, how did I bring my name camera? I honestly just came down from the pool and was like, oh yeah, this is happening over here.
My daughter was telling the woman at the front desk about it. You know, I didn't ever knew.
I mean, I knew it was happening, I just, kind of brainstormed it. Yeah, I work with the Waterfront Alliance and they've been planning this stuff for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they're my client. I own a production company.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh, no way. Oh, very cool.
Like, can you go out here and do a piece of camera for me then?
Yeah, I was actually on it. The first cool a million years ago. Yeah, I just moved into that whole thing. I just I know, it's weird. I'm still from Boston though, so. Yeah. But 10 years here.
I love Boston.
Yeah, you took her yesterday. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Over here. Yeah. You have
Yeah, did you see the beginning of the I said that to my nephew Joe in really cool.
You're like, what, there's ships here? This morning the sun was coming up here and the glare was just brutal. Couldn't see anything.
Yeah, I just got back from the UK a couple days ago, and this heat wave, this like feels like nothing compared to that.
What was it like there?
It was stifling.
They just don't have a...
They don't have air
They're not big on ice.
Oh, they don't like how it looks. My friend's spot, he has like the roof. I could not do this. He had one, like those little R2D2 things that you stick out, but he said his building, like the condo association, they don't like how it looks. So you get fined if they see it in your window.
I was just reading something about some man that had like. He said we don't like the way that it looks. We don't care if you're on a ventilator.
I can't believe that.
Can you imagine?
People are crazy. But I heard that a lot of the grid in the city was going out yesterday because everybody's ACs are on. There was a lot of power outages.
Because Taylor Swift's wedding.
Well, I was wondering last night when I looked at the skyline why the Empire State Building was not red, white, and blue like everything else. And I read somewhere this morning that her something blue was the Empire State Building being blue for her.
Oh.
So I was like, why isn't it red and white and blue like everything else?
Yeah, that's
Oh my God.
Tonight it'll be red, white,
Like
and blue,
speaking
right?
of events, like, you know, like that kind of stuff. I do corporate and like brand and entertainment, not social. I think not do weddings like that. It's like disgusting. I do. She did donate $24 million the day before.
26.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
which is good. I think it's great. Yeah, I saw some of the local things on New York that specifically, yeah, she donates that all the time.
Yeah. That money.
She does huge donations. Because when she's bored, she always makes donations locally in the city that she's going to. And what I love the most is how she gave, she gave equity to the people and her artists. Oh, yes. Like, nobody cares about that. They're like, look at you take property. Right?
See you later.
It's just different. Like, people don't, like,
Good, stay cool.
immediately ask the lifeguards, what do you want to do? Like, after just the basic things of like plumbing. Yeah. Because it's all starting from Liberty Park over there. And they're saying it's fine. How long are you out there?
I'm not doing fireworks. I'm doing until
Joe, yeah, the world has come out to say happy independence. dividing up times where after the big rain shower that came through last night. Probably also times where they've been dropping a ball at every time zone in some really July 4th. So they drop the ball for your team, drop the ball for July 4th.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What? The worst is when they don't stick. People tell you you're getting a lot of trouble. Jen Parker Agner told me once, she said, the second you question them, they'll hold that against you. And I questioned them. I said, look, and I was doing a lot. Jen was everyone saying that.
That's what I'm saying. What
I kind of wish I could, like, if I worked more for Wedding Channel, I would totally, like, bring more type of. Every time I work with you guys, another year goes by. It's like, why try? Well, I mean, why try to, like, fix some of these problems?
Go.
Oh, the red one? Red and with the white. Yeah, that's perfect.
Sound check. 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
plane follow you had there. Oh. The plane follow, that was nice. Yeah, that was sick. Oh, very nice.
It's hard to shoot those guys because you can't flip your tripod over.
No, you can't.
You gotta let them leave frame at some point.
Of course. Yeah. I think you did a good job. I used to Auburn University export there. Yeah. I used to do like eagle follow, those little things. I see you know, I was. Yeah, you did a great job.
But you had to just stand it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm actually gonna go tarp this camera up. We're supposed to do like a lot of man-on-street interviews, a lot of other stuff, and it is just huge. I'm like, we have full.
Is your life worth that? Actually, you know what?
I'm young, you know.
Guys are Reuters clients, right?
Say again?
I think the clients are Reuters, right?
Yes, we are. Oh, yeah, we are.
Yeah. We're doing the man-on-street thing. Guys are right now trying to get it out.
Good.
They're doing fireworks, man.
Of course.
Setting up early.
What fireworks?
Hope to get that out by Tuesday.
I love you guys. y'all save me from back all the time.
Yeah, spread the word around.
No, of course. No, I love it.
You should have seen it after.
Well, sometimes I wish I did. Like, I wish I was here for like fireworks and stuff, but
if you need bandwidth later, you might even just.
I don't either. I'm not looking here. Like, there's nobody at these.
Yeah.
Why are these spicers?
I mean, this is it. Something.
Yeah. No way. Yeah.
Maybe it'll be some last minute stills.
Yeah, I'm sure, but yeah, I guess I have all the stills right there too, all the step ladders.
Right, they want center. They always go center.
Well, they have my spot once I'm out here.
Yeah, I'm happy to be over here and there.
Yeah, of course.
Set my own country.
Let me go turn this camera up and I'll go ahead.
Yeah, man.
thing.
Yeah, you saw the whole thing.
Really?
Yeah, the whole 8 hours condensed into 20 minutes. And I thought, well, let's just do the 20 minutes. That's great.
Yeah, B-roll right there. They're done. Boom, boom, boom.
I said, hopefully, yeah, I'd like to watch it. So I go down here and see. So I might
I gotta get this fixed. Yeah, sorry, I gotta make sure I don't miss it. 2 minutes.
So yeah, let me get out of here.
No, I'm shooting high.
And honored to have you join us as we continue to celebrate our nation's 250th anniversary, 250 years of freedom. My name's Rob Lowe from Aledo, Texas. I am the voice of the Air Show Tour. Welcome to the greatest show anywhere. The aerial program you'll see today showcases aviation and our wonderful armed forces that defend our liberties and freedoms every day. Aircraft you will see are routinely deployed around the world as well as across our country. Nearly 100 aircraft are involved in today's event, and they are based at installations all across our country. Now sit back and enjoy. You're in for a real treat as we celebrate the greatest air show, celebrating 250 years of freedom and liberty on the greatest nation on earth. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our next event is approaching our Washington downtown
Are you talking to DCA Tower? Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure they're going to call you the traffic conflict off the nose. Thanks, guys.
That's what I show, yes, sir. I don't have it done up yet, so I've got about 30, 45 seconds. But I can still, I can talk all day, Steve, so you tell me. Okay, yes, I can, and these will be a little faster. These are fixed-wing airplanes here. Okay, yes, I can, and these will be a little faster. These are fixed-wing airplanes here.
Did you find a phone over here by any chance, sir?
What's that? Nope. Sorry.
Someone stole my phone. Oh, I wish I was. I don't even know how this happens at an event like this.
Salute to America 250. We're excited to have you with us here this afternoon. 4B Ocean Sentry. This aircraft comes from the Aviation Training Center in Mobile, Alabama. Also in the flight is the C-130, the HC-130, Coast Guard Aviation Station, Elizabeth City, North Carolina, and the CJ-27J Spartan from Coast Guard Air Station, St. Pete, Clearwater, Florida. As they pass directly overhead, ladies and gentlemen, notice the amazing formation flight here of these three beautiful aircraft that support search and rescue, homeland security, and environmental protection for all of us here in the United States. What a beautiful sight here over our nation's capital today, the United States Coast Guard Fixed Wing Review. welcome back everybody to Salute to America, the greatest air show in the history of our country. Next is the United States Army parachute team we all affectionately love and know as the Golden Knights. Joining me on stage is Private First Class Nate Hilsendigger. Welcome, sir. We're glad to have you with us.
Thank you, Rob. We are honored to be here. How you doing, brother?
We're doing good. So we're going to see, it's 3 different passes here, from a joint jump between the United States Navy Leapfrogs and your wonderful team, the Golden Knights. First jumper is a solo. Tell us a little bit about what we'll see.
Yeah, sure. So the first jumper of the day is what we call a wind dummy. So riding up to altitude, at 2,000 feet, we throw parchment paper right over the target where we want to land. And we circle that paper the entire way until it lands and hits the ground. Then we take that distance, whatever it flew past the target, and we are going to get out that same distance upwind of the target so we can land on target for the American public.
That's awesome. Well, we're excited to see that, and thank you for giving us that behind-the-scenes look at what we do at air shows. Now, we are just about 10 seconds, 15 seconds away from that first step off the back of the aircraft. Tell us a little bit about, as we look for that with the cameras, what are we seeing in terms of the aircraft they're coming out of? I know you talk a little bit about that later.
Sure, yeah. So the aircraft is going to be flying a 320-degree heading, and right now you should be able to look up and see smoke in the air as we have a Golden Knight in free fall, rapidly approaching speeds of 120 miles per hour.
Now, Nate, as he does that, as he's free falling, he can navigate with his arms and legs and stay in position for what you described as the target, correct?
Yes, sir, exactly. So what we do, Rob, is we use the relative wind and we use our body as flight controls. We can move left, right, forward, backwards. Any orientation you can picture, that's how we can fly.
Awesome. And then as he gets closer down to the ground, about what altitude will he deploy his parachute as he makes his way in?
Yeah, so Sergeant Eric Garcia was the wind dummy today, and he just deployed his parachute at approximately 3,000 feet.
Wow, what a beautiful sight here over the skies of our nation's capital, ladies and gentlemen. The United States Army Golden Knights with Old Glory flying on the canopy reading of the parachute there. Nate, what a beautiful sight we've got there.
Yes, sir, Rob, it is actually. So when he deploys the parachute, the flak doesn't come down right away. On the parachute itself, we have what's called a flak down. After we're in the canopy, Rob, we can then deploy the 200 square foot American flag, making for a wonderful visual.
Wow, that is absolutely spectacular. So how much time do you think, Nate, until we see the next pass, when we'll see some more jumpers of these from the Navy?
Sure, so on the next pass, you're going to see the Navy Leapfrogs, and then on the third pass, we do a full demonstration from the Golden Knights full demonstration.
Perfect. So how far out do you think the second pass is?
I would say approximately 30 seconds.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you a little bit about the United States Navy Leapfrogs. If you look skyward, you will see jumpers exiting the aircraft shortly, 1,000 feet in the air. In free fall, they will reach speeds of up to 120 miles per hour before deploying their canopies. You know, with just 2.5 months of winter training, jumpers on the Leapfrogs accumulate over 300 jumps, each practicing the canopy formations and maneuvers you see above. If you look closely, you can see the jumpers piloting towards each other, docking and maneuvering their canopies together. This is called two-stack and serves as the building block for all of their larger formations. Now, the jumpers in the Leapfrog come to the team after years of real-world operational experience. Their mission here at Navy Parachute Team is to temporarily exit the shadows in order to showcase the teamwork, precision, and excellence of naval special warfare community. To inspire the next generation of American warfighters, following their 3-year commitment here, they return to their operational units. Now, while parachute demonstrations like these are inherently dangerous, the team mitigates the risk through meticulous planning, rigorous training, and rehearsals, teamwork, and a relentless dedication.
Special warfare. Their lives and the lives of their teammates depend on this. Ready? Well, ladies and gentlemen, now that the Golden Knights have completed their jump, we're going to hand it back to Private First Class Nate Hilsendigger for more about your United States Army Golden Knights.
the American paratrooper, born of fire in the skies of World War II, more than 80 years ago, has since struck fear and terror in the hearts of those foolish enough to oppose them. Relentless in their skill and courage, not only in the air, but also on the ground, these brave soldiers have forged for themselves a place of honor in America's hearts. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Private First Class Nathan Hilsenegger, originally from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It is my absolute honor to narrate this once-in-a-lifetime event, America's 250th birthday. I will describe for you today a demonstration of precision freefall as performed by members of your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. At this time, members of the Gold Demonstration Team are circling high overhead at an altitude of 10,000 feet. The jump master is actually looking out the left door of the aircraft. His head is outside in the wind and the cold. Through a series of hand and arm signals, the jump master is relaying heading corrections to the pilot, maneuvering the aircraft to a precise exit point for the jumpers. Watch closely as you may see the nose of the aircraft move slightly left or right. The jumpers are out and the smoke is on. We now have members of the Golden Knights rapidly approaching speeds of 120 miles per hour. The initial part of the formation is called the base, and it forms quickly as the initial jumpers fly their bodies together while interlocking their arms and legs to form the nucleus of the formation. The formation continues to fly at 120 miles per hour as the freefall photographer circles the formation, then glide apart prior to their opening at 3,000 feet. This is our salute to all of you attending today's show. There you have the high-flying black and gold of your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. Now, as you may have guessed, these jumpers are faced with a unique situation, a traffic jam in the sky. They must gain vertical separation to allow for individual approaches into the target area. This is accomplished by pulling on the front part of the parachute and spiraling down at speeds in excess of 60 miles per hour. This allows them to set up a traffic pattern just like you might see aircraft at a busy airport. The smoke trails each jumper leaves in the sky are created by two M18 red smoke grenades, which emit a continuous stream of smoke for up to 90 seconds. The jumper attaches these to one foot with a specially designed bracket and then ties the activation pins to a lanyard. By pulling on this lanyard, they can ignite the smoke immediately upon exiting the aircraft or while in free fall. The parachutes used by the Golden Knights are flexible wing gliders. Constructed of lightweight ripstop nylon, these parachutes have an inherent forward airspeed of 22 miles per hour. To turn left, the jumper pulls down on the left steering line. To turn right, the jumper simply pulls down on the right steering line. As the jumper's near the ground, they'll pull down on both steering lines simultaneously for the safest and softest possible landing. Looking high overhead, you may notice what seems like parachutes tangled together, but this is actually an exciting discipline in skydiving known as canopy relative work. Thanks in part to the advanced aerodynamic design of these ram air parachutes, one jumper could fly right up to the hands of another jumper without affecting its flight characteristics. At just the right moment, the jumpers pull opposite steering lines, maneuvering their parachutes into a downplane and diving straight toward the ground at over 80 miles per hour. As they approach the ground, you may hear the command, "Ready, break," and the jumpers will separate for 2 soft stand-up landings in the target area. With a quick pull of a handle, Staff Sergeant Jonathan Pemberton will release the massive 5,000 square foot American flag. To keep the flag properly oriented, a 35-pound weight is attached to the bottom, adding a total of 150 extra pounds to the jumper. The flag is securely fastened to the front of the jumper's harness by 4 attachment points, requiring exceptional skill to pilot both the parachute and the massive flag. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our performance for the day. And on behalf of the entire team, I would like to thank each and every one of you for being such a warm and receptive airborne audience. In closing, I leave you with this final thought. In the future, may all of your days be prosperous and your nights golden.
Well, welcome, America. Welcome back to Salute to America 250. Our next flyover is the United States Army Helicopter Review. In this flyover, you'll see 2 AH-64 E-model Apache helicopters, 4 UH-60M Blackhawks, and 2 CH-47F Chinook helicopters.
Now, the Apache helicopter, I want you to look close and see. There are 2 crew in there. They sit in a tandem cockpit. This is the backbone of the Army's attack helo fleet. They are known for maneuverability and advanced technologies. This aircraft are based from Fort Campbell, Kentucky. The 4 Blackhawks you see is the Army's advanced multi-mission utility helicopter. This accommodates a crew of 4 and 11 combat troops in the back. You'll see 4 of these Blackhawks in our formation here today. And in the middle of our formation, you see the wonderful twin rotor, tandem rotor Chinook. This is the Army's primary heavy lift tandem rotor helicopter designed to transport troops, artillery, and supplies. They do have a ramp in the back to load and unload and even deliver troops while hovering above a hilltop. Ladies and gentlemen, they are approaching the National Mall now from the west. Above the Lincoln Memorial, you see them on screen. We're so honored to have them here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the United States Army Helicopter Review. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you watch this beautiful flyover of our United States Army helicopters in review, you see the Chinook, the twin rotor helicopters we talked about, out front leading, and then back in the second wave. The 4 Blackhawk helicopter on the corners of this beautiful formation, and our Apache helicopters, the AH-64 Apaches. You see them right in the middle and also at the back. 2 beautiful diamonds, ladies and gentlemen, right here over our nation's capital as we celebrate 250 years of freedom. Well, how about that, America? As we celebrate 250 years of freedom, it doesn't get much better than that. Well, you know what? We're going to equal that the rest of the day. We are just getting started. We have upwards of 100 aircraft involved in this wonderful aerial salute today as part of our nation's celebration of 250 years. That was your United States Army Helicopter Review, and we will be back with you in just a little bit with another segment here as we salute to America 250. Well, welcome back, America, to Salute to America 250. Our next flyover is absolutely spectacular. This is the United States Air Force Fleet Review, the heavy jets. Leading the formation today, the C-17 Globemaster III, a 4-engine strategic and tactical airlifter. They specialize in carrying troops, medical evacuation, and large cargo, to include heavy mechanized vehicles, directly to austere forward deployed airfields anywhere in the world. This aircraft and crew are based at Joint Base Charleston, South Carolina. The aircraft is a reliable airlifter. It combines intercontinental cargo carrying capability of large aircraft such as the C-5 Galaxy with the short field landing potential of the much smaller C-130 Hercules. Next in line is a KC-135 Stratotanker. They provide the core air refueling capability for the United States Air Force for more than 60 years. This aircraft is based at MacDill Air Force Base, Florida. Behind it, with the refueling boom also extended, is the KC-46. That aircraft is the Pegasus. It's a multi-mission aerial refueler strategic transport aircraft designed to refuel all U.S., Allied, and coalition aircraft. And bringing up the rear is the C-5, designed for heavy airlift to carry more cargo farther than any other aircraft. The Super Galaxy, 247 feet long, a wingspan of 222 feet, measures 65 feet tall at the top of the tail, with a flight crew sitting a whopping 30 feet in the air. Capable of carrying almost anything in the U.S. arsenal, including other aircraft and satellites. This crew and aircraft from Dover Air Force Base, Delaware. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as our salute continues, that is your United States Air Force heavy jet in review. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're all set for our next flyover here at the National Mall in Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, as we celebrate 250 years of freedom. Coming up is the United States Air Force Fleet Review for Special Operations Command, or we call it AFSOC. These aircraft are all from Cannon Air Force Base, New Mexico. You'll see 2 AC-130J Ghost Riders, 2 CV-22 Ospreys, and 2 of the brand new OA-1K Sky Raider 2s. Now, the AC-130 Ghost Rider is AFSOC's premier heavy gunship, highly modified variant of the Lockheed C-130. It's a close air support, air interdiction, and armed reconnaissance aircraft. The Ospreys are medium-lift capable tilt rotors, short takeoff and landing aircraft. They have the speed and range of a turboprop aircraft, the maneuverability of a helicopter, and the ability to carry 24 combat troops twice as fast and 5 times farther than previous helicopters. We also have the OA-1K Sky Raider 2s, the historic name back to the A-1D Sky Raider of Korea and Vietnam era. The Sky Raider 2 represents a new era of cost-effective aircraft, adaptable across a wide spectrum of mission needs. The missions it supports include close air support, precision strike, and armed reconnaissance. They present a smaller maintenance package, and they operate with lower cost per flying hour than conventional aircraft or other special ops platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the United States Air Force AFSOC Special Operations Fleet that supports our warfighters downrange each and every day. 2 beautiful AC-130J Ghost Riders. On the formation's left, 2 of the CV-22 Ospreys, and on the formation's right, 2 of the OA-1K Sky Raider 2s. Ladies and gentlemen, what a beautiful sight here over the reflecting pool and now the Washington Monument.
high voltage.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Salute to America 250, our next flyover from United States Air Force. These are the fighters in review. 2 F-15E Strike Eagles and 2 F-16 Fighting Falcon or Vipers. The Strike Eagle, an all-weather dual-role strike fighter from Nellis Air Force Base, Nevada. This is the backbone of the United States Air Force precision deep interdiction capabilities. Derived from original F-15, it has a 2-person crew, excels at both air-to-air and air-to-ground missions. It has the capability to fight its way into a target over long ranges, complete air-to-ground missions, and fight its way back out, day or night, and in all weather. The F-16 Fighting Falcons or Vipers that you saw along in the formation, they are compact multi-role fighter that came from Shaw Air Force Base, South Carolina today. Highly maneuverable, and they excel in air superiority, precision ground attack, and close air support. Relatively low-cost, high-performance system with revolutionary pilot safety and ergonomics. They have a 30-degree reclined seat and side stick control, which allows the pilots to tolerate upwards of 9 times the force of gravity. They do present also a tactical advantage with a frameless canopy and an unrestricted 360-degree view. Ladies and gentlemen, your United States Air Force Fleet Review.
says 190, we just put 5 to.
Welcome back, America, as we continue our Salute to America 250. Our next aerial flyover will be our Executive Rotary Wing Airlift in Review. You will see aircraft from Marine Helicopter Squadron 1, known as the Nighthawks. The VH-3 Sea King will be there. The premier executive helicopter squadron for the U.S. government is Marine Helicopter Squadron 1. They are responsible for worldwide helicopter transportation of the President and Vice President, high-ranking Department of War officials, and even foreign heads of state. As they approach the area from west of the mall over the Lincoln Memorial momentarily, you will see 3 aircraft initially. These are the operating you familiar with, the famous green and white type helicopters. The VH-3 Sea King, a long-standing icon known as Marine One when the President is on board. The VH-60 White Hawk, adapted from the UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter. And the VH-92A Patriot, the newest addition to the fleet, incrementally replacing older aircraft. Now, also in this formation are UH-1N Hueys from Joint Base Andrews, Maryland. They are part of the United States Air Force 1st Helicopter Squadron and the Air Force District of Washington. Their mission includes distinguished VIP airlift, emergency reaction rotary wing airlift, security, and medevac in the National Capital Region. They also support search and rescue along with other contingencies for national security. The UH-1 Hueys you see at the rear of the formation, twin-engine light lift utility helicopters. Ladies and gentlemen, Marine Helicopter Squadron 1, along with United States Air Force 1st Helicopter Squadron, our executive rotary wing airlift in review. Welcome back, America, to Salute to America 250 as we have another aerial review headed our way. This will be the United States Marine Corps rotary wing aircraft. They are all based at Air Station New River, North Carolina. You will see in the fleet 2 AH-1Z Vipers, 2 UH-1 Yankee Venom helicopters, 2 CH-53 King Stallions, and 2 MV-22B Ospreys. Now, the AH-1Z Viper is a twin-engine attack helicopter used for close air support, armed reconnaissance and fire support, as you see them crossing the Potomac River headed into the mall eastbound. The UH-1 Venom is a twin-engine, four-bladed, medium-sized utility helicopter. Versatile combat-proven helicopter that performs multiple roles, including troop transport, casualty evacuation, and airborne command. The CH-53 King Stallion, is the United States Marine Corps heavy-lift helicopter, the most powerful heavy-lift helicopter fielded by the United States military. It excels in rapid ship-to-shore troop transport, casualty evacuation, and lifting heavy combat vehicles. Now, the MV-22B Osprey is a medium-lift capable tilt rotor, short takeoff and landing aircraft. It has the speed and range of a turboprop aircraft, the maneuverability of a helicopter, and the ability to carry 24 United States Marine Corps combat troops twice as fast and 5 times farther than previous helicopters. As they approach and overhead the Lincoln Memorial, ladies and gentlemen, this is your United States Marine Corps rotary fleet in review.
Secure all that battery. It's gonna come
I mean, if it's a heavy rain, maybe these wind speeds will protect the bike, you know?
It's supposed to be a heavy rain.
It's supposed to be heavy, yeah. Yeah.
Well, welcome back, America, to our Salute to America 250. Our next flyover will be the United States Marine Corps Fleet Review fixed-wing aircraft. You'll see 2 KC-130J models, 2 FA-18C Hornets, and 2 F-35C Lightning II fighters. The KC-130J Super Hercules has extended range multi-mission tactical tanker. It can quickly reconfigure to transport troops and medical evacuation. This crew and aircraft based out of Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point, the other aircraft from Naval Air Station Fort Worth Joint Reserve Base. The FA-18C Hornets are the Cowboys of FA-112 based at my hometown of Naval Air Station Fort Worth, JRB, and the F-35C Lightning II, the Thunderbolts of FA-251 from Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point, North Carolina. What an amazing sight here over the mall in our nation's capital as we pay tribute to 250 years of freedom with this, your United States Marine Corps Fleet Review. The C-Model F-35 is one of 3 that you will see throughout today's show. It has larger foldable wings, larger internal fuel capacity, and heavier landing gear to withstand harsh catapult launches and arrested landings aboard aircraft carriers. It allows the Marine Corps to seamlessly embed in a carrier strike group. All 3 of these type aircraft that just flew by represent our United States Marine Corps and Marines everywhere as we celebrate America's 250th birthday.
doing up there?
How you been? Well, welcome back, America, to our aerial flight review. Here is we salute to America 250. We transition now to your United States Navy. This will be the rotary wing segment that is making their way to the downtown mall area. They approach from the west. You will see two MH-60R Seahawks along with two MH-60S Nighthawk aircraft. Now, the MH-60R Seahawk comes from Naval Air Station, Norfolk, Virginia. Often referred to as the Romeo, this is the Navy's primary anti-submarine and anti-surface warfare helicopter. Two of those aircraft are the Romeos. The other two are Nighthawks. They come from Naval Air Station, Mayport, Florida. The Nighthawk is a multi-mission combat support helicopter with navalized modifications, including folding rotor blades for shipborne operations. Both of these aircraft support multiple types of missions. They both support search and rescue, medical evacuation, and combat support. The Nighthawk also has an additional role of vertical replenishment and some special warfare support. As they approach the mall area, ladies and gentlemen, what a beautiful shot here in our nation's capital of Washington, D.C., with our United States Navy rotary wing aircraft making their way now over the Potomac River as they approach in perfect formation, about to fly over the Lincoln Memorial. It's a beautiful day here in our nation's capital. It is a little warm, but you couldn't have ordered a better day to have this aerial review of our wonderful military armed forces aerial aircraft. We have upwards of 100 aircraft with us here today, and you're watching some of the best of it right now as we make our way through. So, ladies and gentlemen, overhead the Lincoln Memorial right now, there are two MH-60 Romeo Seahawks and two MH-60 Sierra model Nighthawks from your United States Navy. This is the Rotary Wing Review. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our Salute to America 250. Our next flyover here over the mall in downtown Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, is part of the United States Navy. This is the P-8A Poseidon aircraft. Now, as this aircraft approaches, about to cross the Potomac River eastbound, this is a maritime patrol aircraft derived from the Boeing 737-800 airliner. This aircraft's primary mission include anti-submarine and anti-surface warfare. This aircraft and crew come from Naval Air Station Jacksonville, Florida. Now, here's an interesting behind-the-scenes look. The call sign this aircraft is using today with the P-8 Poseidon and the anti-submarine, anti-surface warfare mission, the call sign today is Neptune. Neptune 1-8, ladies and gentlemen, making his way over the mall right now. This is your United States Navy fixed-wing P-8 Poseidon in review.
They have a room they hold it, so I'll check.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Salute to America 250. Our next flyover here is the United States Navy fighter fleet in review. You'll see 2 FA-18 Rhino aircraft and 2 F-35 C model Lightning IIs. The four-ship formation consists of the 2 F-18 Rhinos from Naval Air Station Oceana, Virginia, the most lethal carrier-based strike fighter aircraft in the world, the FA-18 Super Hornet, nicknamed the Rhino. Also in the formation, 2 F-35 C Lightning IIs from Naval Air Station, Lemoore, California. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Navy fixed-wing flight in review. You'll hear more information momentarily on both of these type aircraft.
F-18 to the edge of his operating envelope. Now Debbie and Scooter are setting up for the flat pirouette where they'll demonstrate the Super Hornet's unique ability to operate at slow speeds and high angles of attack. Watch as they execute a maximum performance loop away from the ground, command a nose high at 540 degrees turn, all while remaining parallel to the ground. Debbie and Scooter are now setting up for their minimum radius turn to tail stand with max AB selected. Aircrew will set a 90-degree angle bank and hold 7.5 Gs for 30 seconds of turn. At the end of the minimum radius turn, aircrew will max reform to the vertical, followed by a negative 2 G pushover to return level flight. Ladies and gentlemen, from the left, minimum radius turn.
They're telling us to shut our equipment down. So for those LPA, those electric
high-speed pass. During this maneuver, the Rhino will be approaching SO center at 200 feet, nearing Mach 1 or 750 miles an hour and maximum afterburner. The F-18's two GE 400 engines will combine thrust over 41,000 pounds, burning 60,000 pounds of fuel per hour. As a result, you may notice white compression vapors around their aircraft, indicating they are approaching the speed of sound. Miles an hour. In the pool, they're setting up for the vertical pirouette. Debbie and Scooter will pull the aircraft into the vertical, then roll the canopy towards the crowd, following by negative G pushover and wings level. Air crew will use the F-18's two digital flight control computers to rotate back to bullseye nose low while keeping the canopy pinned to the crowd. This builds rapidly. Watch as the Super Hornet rapidly reorientates its nose 4 times, flying in a distinct square loop pattern throughout the skies. Ladies and gentlemen, the square loop.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Rob's mic, 1, 2, 3, 4.
He's our narrator.
Okay, great.
I'm like the man behind the curtain.
This is our production mic.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. We just checked it.
Okay.
It's all good.
So we'll turn this guy off. Okay.
So I'll use my apps, but I won't have any Mac. That's right.
Yep. Sorry. Is that okay?
Is there any cell phone monitors out there? One hear myself at all? Just out of curiosity. It's not. It's not down. Is there a user layer? That's okay. I'll keep these on, and it'll help me just isolate them. I appreciate that. Thank you. Where's the mute unmute?
It's already power locked on. Okay. So the minute you're ready to go.
So it just stays on, like no mute unmute. Because I'll say stuff.
Yeah.
telling guests spill over because I still have about 150 that gotta go this way. But Maggie said to do the hex step and then telling guests that they have the posters. Should we go ask her? But I don't want to conflict it with you, so we can go clarify with her if you want to, just so that because I agree.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, your United States Navy.
Welcome, America, back to Salute to America 250. You're in for a real treat. This will be the United States Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron, the Blue Angels.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your United States Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron takes pleasure in performing for you on this, the 250th anniversary of our great nation's independence. I'm Lieutenant Ronnie Hafeza, narrator for the Blue Angels. Since 1946, the Blue Angels have had the unique privilege of demonstrating to the American public the precision techniques of naval aviation, inspiring a culture of excellence and service to country. The maneuvers you will see demonstrated here this afternoon are coordinated tactical techniques developed by Navy and Marine Corps pilots in both peacetime training and actual combat. These maneuvers are neither stunts nor daring feats, but are refinements of basic techniques taught to every prospective naval aviator. Here in the skies over our nation's capital, we will demonstrate these maneuvers at very low altitude, in traditional Blue Angel formation, so you may see and take pride in the precise fashion in which your Navy and Marine Corps pilots are trained to fly. In front of the crowd, the Delta is making its approach to the flight line. Approaching show center, the entire formation will separate in dramatic fashion. Now, directly before you, the 2026 Blue Angels. Flight Demonstration Squadron, the Blue Angels, is the oldest performing U.S. military aviation demonstration team. Since 1946, the Blue Angels have brought naval aviation to men and women of all ages across America. We were first based at Naval Air Station Jacksonville, Florida, flying F-6F Hellcats. We continued flying Grumman Corporation aircraft for 22 years, transitioning in late 1946 to the more powerful and faster F-8F Bearcat. In 1950, we transitioned to jet aircraft with the arrival of the straight-wing F-9 F-2 Panther, the predecessor of the swept-wing F-9 F-8 Cougar, which we received in 1955. In 1957, from the left, at 400 miles per hour, all 6 aircraft are approaching for the maneuvering Delta. As they pass over center point, you should get a good look at the Delta set used by the 5 wingmen. Officers and 135 enlisted personnel comprise the Blue Angels. Pilots 1 through 4 fly in the diamond formation, showcasing the precision flying required of all Navy and Marine Corps pilots, while pilots 5 and 6 fly as solos, demonstrating the maximum performance capability of the aircraft. For more information on our support crews and our pilots, we invite you to follow us on social media, including Facebook and Instagram. There you'll find exclusive photos and videos, as well as an in-depth look at our organization and how we operate. Ladies and gentlemen, your United States Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron represents a time-honored tradition of pride, professionalism, and excellence spanning 115 years of naval aviation. The 2026 team takes a great deal of pride in saluting Navy and Marine Corps aviators, maintenance crews, and support personnel everywhere. From the right, representing your United States Navy and Marine Corps, the 2026 Blue Angels.
these truths. We hold these truths to be self-evident.
Yeah, my brother, he went to
That all men
and I have two other brothers that are one is the Coast Guard, one's in the Marines.
that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights.
How many years have you been out of college?
And among these are life,
What's up?
liberty,
Oh yeah, dude, yeah, of course.
and the pursuit of happiness.
They won't let us touch tips. You remind me of one of my buddies, Levi. So we're trying to go Oh, shit. No, I know, but I'm saying the way you...
Break time. I'm getting cleaned up. Huh? I'm getting toned. Love to hear. Love to hear.
That's one thing, is I've jumped everyone together. Yeah. So I was like, a couple different big jumps. Now I gotta find a drum letter.
It sounds good. I mean,
So I'm happy. Everyone else should be good.
as a like this was just a little bit.
Who are you with? Oh, good. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Okay, you got a deal going on? All right, I got you. Oh yeah, you said you got tickets for that. Yeah.
The MV-22B Osprey is the Marine Corps medium lift capable tilt rotor short takeoff and landing aircraft. With the speed and range of a turboprop aircraft, the maneuverability of a helicopter, and the ability to carry 24 Marine combat troops twice as fast and 5 times farther than previous helicopters. The Osprey greatly enhances the advantages Marines have over their enemies. The Osprey is the world's first production tilt rotor aircraft. For takeoff and landing, it typically operates as a helicopter with the nacelles vertical and the rotors horizontal. Once airborne, the nacelles rotate forward 90 degrees in as little as 12 seconds for horizontal flight. Short takeoff and landing capability is achieved by having the nacelles tilted forward up to 60 degrees. It has a ferry range of over 2,100 nautical miles. Its operational range is 1,100 nautical miles with top cruise at 280 knots. The crew performing today's demonstration are from VMM 774, the Wild Goose, who are based at Marine Corps Air Station, New River, North Carolina. The aircraft commander for Goose 11 is Lieutenant Colonel Cheese Thessing. The co-pilot is Major Yummy Schnitker. The Wild Goose deployed to support Special Purpose Marine Air Ground Task Force Africa in 2019, conducted the 2025 NFL Super Bowl flyover at New Orleans Superdome, and most recently landed in the Boston Commons for Marine Week Boston to celebrate the Marine Corps 250th birthday. We are honored to have them here with us to celebrate America's 250th. Semper Fi, Devil Dogs.
Well, ESI has
Marine Aircraft Wing, Marine Aircraft Group 31, and VMFAT 501 take great pleasure in presenting the F-35B Lightning II, the world's first short takeoff, vertical landing, or SCOBO stealth fighter. Today's flight demonstration will consist of both the conventional and short takeoff and vertical landing modes of flight. From over the White House, your F-35 demonstration pilots are Major William Horn, call sign Rankles, from Rochester, New York. He's been flying the F-35B since June of 2020, when he transitioned from the F-18 Hornet. And from the local area, Major Andrew Sanchez, call sign D-Tip, from Centerville, Virginia, who's been flying the F-35B since July of 2019. If you have current projection, we suggest you put it on. It's about to get loud. The F-35 is a multi-role aircraft produced by Lockheed Martin and is the result of a multi-service, multinational effort currently spanning 3 U.S. services in over a dozen partner nations. From the right, Rankles is now setting up for a high alpha loop, demonstrating the tight vertical turn radius of the F-35 while in full afterburner, showcasing its ability to rapidly reorient its lift vector. Setting up for the high-speed pass from the left. The Lightning is capable of flight in excess of Mach 1.5 at altitudes in excess of 40,000 feet. The fly-by-wire flight control system of the F-35 provides extreme agility while reducing the pilot's workload across the flight envelope. Get your video cameras out now, as the F-35 will be approaching the sound barrier, demonstrating its ability to go supersonic.
Ladies and gentlemen, the F-35B Lightning II. Combination of the stealth features, the Lightning's actively electronically scanned array radar technology, integrated targeting pod, and its ability to carry weapons internally means the F-35 can engage targets at long range without detection. The F-35B carries a wide array of advanced precision guided munitions, missiles, and a 25mm cannon. From the right, the F-35 is preparing to execute the inverted-to-inverted aileron roll. It is capable of maintaining its maneuverability in inverted flight for an extended period of time. The F-35B possesses the most powerful and comprehensive integrated sensor package of any fighter aircraft in history. Its next-generation avionics and sensor fusion give the pilot real-time access to battlefield information with 360-degree coverage. Advanced electronic warfare capabilities enable the F-35 to locate, track, and interdict enemy forces with unparalleled precision. As Brankel sets up to execute the tactical pitch from the left, the F-35B will demonstrate its extreme maneuvering capability. As it passes you, you will notice the aircraft's ability as it appears to almost drift through the sky, demonstrating its ability to rapidly change its energy vector. The F-35 has replaced multiple strike and fighter aircraft, such as the A-10, F-16, F-A-18, EA-6B, and the legendary AV-8B Harrier. The F-35 is capable of conducting extreme maneuvers through its advanced fifth-generation flight control laws only seen in the F-22 Raptor and the F-35B Lightning II. As Branko returns, he will transform the aircraft into STOVL mode and return in front of the crowd in a hands-free hover. You will notice several intake and exhaust doors opening on the aircraft, which all move with a single push of a button. At the same time, the horizontally mounted lift band engages, providing 10 tons of vertical thrust. You will also see the doors at the rear of the aircraft, which open to allow the main exhaust nozzle to rotate over 90 degrees down. The entire weight of the aircraft will be supported by the thrust from the lift band, main engine, and roll control nozzles, generating over 40,000 pounds of thrust. The capability to conduct vertical landing operations is what allows the F-35B to operate from amphibious ships and provide additional flexibility for operations in austere environments. Once stabilized in the hover, Brankos will show the smooth handling characteristics of the F-35B in the STOVL fighter. demonstration of the United States Marine Corps F-35B Lightning II. We would like to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of all the Marines and sailors at VMFAT 501, without whom this demonstration would not be possible. We would also like to thank the coordinators and staff who made this event possible, and our sincere appreciation to everyone in attendance, keeping the American spirit alive on our 250th anniversary celebration.
Good job, guys. Thank you. Appreciate meeting y'all. Thanks for your service. You bet. Great job. Oh, it was awesome, as always. Love it.
The salute to America 250, your next flyover is inbound now. From the west, part of the United States Air Force Global Strike Command, who provides long-range precision strike capability anytime.
52 Stratofortress from Minot Air Force Base, North Dakota. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Strategic Air Power Global Strike Command Flight in Review.
Not that we were ready.
Good evening. U.S. Navy's 5th generation stealth fighter aircraft, the F-35C Lightning II. Major John Rogers, call sign Corby, hailing from Bowling Green, Ohio, will be at the controls for this tactical demonstration as he displays the impressive flight characteristics of this advanced warfighting machine.
Is this the bathroom?
Kyle.
Is this where the bathroom's at?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to today's performance featuring the U.S. Navy's 5th generation stealth fighter aircraft, the F-35C Lightning II. Major John Rogers, call sign Corby, hailing from Bowling Green, Ohio, will be at the controls for this tactical demonstration as he displays the impressive flight characteristics of this advanced warfighting machine. Serving as ground safety officer, we have Lieutenant Kyle Mathesor, call sign Rambate, from Tehachapi, California, and I will be your narrator, Lieutenant Michael Ditzler, call sign Haboob, from Canton, Michigan. All of the F-35C pilots here, in addition to flying for the demonstration team, are instructor pilots at Strike Fighter Squadron 125, the Rough Raiders, based at Naval Air Station Lemoore, California. As the Navy and Marine Corps' only F-35C fleet replacement squadron, our mission is to train and equip Navy and Marine Corps pilots and maintenance personnel to operate and sustain this Joint Strike Fighter aircraft. The FA-125 received its first Lightning II in 2017 and has since trained over 200 pilots to fly the Naval F-35 variant, including Navy and Marine Corps' newest winged aviators. The F-35C. As Major Rogers made his full afterburner, he'll accelerate and start a vertical climb. His F-35C Pratt & Whitney engine is generating an astounding 43,000 pounds of thrust. Now, ready your cameras and look to the right as Corby brings the aircraft in for the picture pass. You'll both hear and feel the jet as he passes show center and max afterburner. Take note of how smoothly this aircraft cuts through the air as Corby provides you with a planform view of this incredible stealth fighter. From the right, on a knife's edge, the F-35C picture pass. Major Rogers will now quickly reposition his aircraft for the minimum radius turn. During this turn, he will be pressed into his seat with 7.5 Gs. To put that in perspective, during this maneuver, Corby's body weight will feel close to 1,500 pounds. During an aerial dogfight, the F-35C can execute extremely tight turns, giving it the ability to rapidly reposition its nose and gain an advantage on the adversary. Get ready for the minimum radius turn. Corby will bring the Lightning II in for the 4-point roll. Flying at 350 knots, watch as the aircraft rolls 90 degrees at a time until it is once again fully upright. Major Rogers will then select max afterburner, brake to the right, and set up for the next maneuver. This is the 4-point roll. Several things distinguish us naval aviators from our Air Force counterparts. First, we are better looking. Second, we land on a constantly moving 100,000-ton nuclear-powered warship. Look to your left as Corby brings the F-35C in for a simulated carrier brake at 400 knots. The carrier brake is how we enter the landing pattern at the ship. After executing a hard turn to reduce airspeed, he will lower the landing gear and tailhook and perform a low approach at show center. This maneuver and landing pattern requires incredible precision and is a testament to the skill of our naval aviators. The F-35C is capable of carrying advanced medium and short-range air missiles, including the AIM-120 AMRAAM and AIM-9 Sidewinder, as well as a variety of GPS and laser-guided air-to-surface bombs. To maintain its stealth profile, however, these weapons are carried in 2 internal weapon bays. As Major Rogers approaches from our right, he will cycle the weapon bay doors, giving you a rare look at those bombs and missiles hiding from the enemy. Folks, take a look at the F-35's weapon bay door pass. Now for something truly unique, the square loop. From the left, Corby will approach at 350 knots and pull the aircraft straight up. He'll then bring the nose down to fly inverted, creating the top of the square. From there, he will pull down to complete the loop, demonstrating an incredible level of control in the aircraft's raw power. Prepare for the pedal turn, a maneuver that highlights the F-35C's advanced flight controls. From 350 knots, Corby will pull the aircraft into a steep 90-degree climb. Then using full lateral stick and pedal, he will command a 360-degree turn, essentially pivoting the aircraft in the sky. This demonstrates the maneuvering capabilities of the F-35C at low speeds and high angles of attack. Pedal turn. Is now turning inbound for the high Alpha pass. One of the distinct advantages of the F-35C is its larger wings and additional control surfaces. These attributes provide better handling on approach to the aircraft carrier and make the aircraft extremely maneuverable at slow airspeeds. As Corby carefully works to slow the jet down to an airspeed of about 115 knots, watch as the control surfaces rapidly fluctuate to maintain stability. Will now set up for the high-speed pass. He will approach show center at 0.9 Mach. You may notice white vapor coming off the aircraft, indicating it is approaching the speed of sound at nearly 750 miles per hour. While the aircraft is capable of speeds greater than this, Major Rogers must be careful not to exceed the speed of sound, as the sonic boom would shatter your windows. The high-speed pass. Corby is now positioning for his final maneuver, the tactical pitch. From a speed of 300 miles per hour, Corby will select full afterburner and roll the aircraft into a 45-degree angle-of turn and showcase the F-35's ability to rapidly reposition its nose at slow speeds and high angles of attack. Ladies and gentlemen, the tactical pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for the Navy and Marine Corps' newest frontline fighter, the F-35C Lightning II. With the F-18 Super Hornet, EA-18G Growler, and early warning E-2D Advanced Hawkeye, the F-35C is part of a team that is unmatched in the world today. Without the support of our professional maintainers, this demonstration by the Navy F-35C demo team would not be possible. Today's F-35C maintenance team is comprised of sailors and Marines from BFA 125. On behalf of the commanding officer of VFA 125, Commander Christopher Case, and all the men and women of the United States Navy and Marine Corps, we thank you for allowing for us to perform for you today on the nation's 250th birthday.
Thank you. Calling for Scoop on A2. Kill it. Thank you.
Me back there on the grass with the people watching the fireworks.
Not sure.
No, I was just saying that there's a bunch in there. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
So we're putting it inside, right?
Och den stora del.
Of the 21st century, a noble symbol of freedom and a tireless pursuit of excellence, an everlasting legacy of pride, precision, and professionalism of all airmen of the United States Air Force. The most advanced and respected air power in the world. The pinnacle of teamwork and dedication of the world's most elite force in air, space, and cyberspace. We are first, last, and always a fighter squadron. Our maintenance professionals can transform to provide the protection under which our democracy operates. Today, you will witness the unparalleled teamwork, aerial precision, and raw power employed in combat. best in our critical mission. Recruit, retain, and inspire the long blue line of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. We are the premier air demonstration squadron of the United States Air Force. We are 130 of the finest airmen together to exhibit the capability and uncontested air dominance of the United States Air Force. Anywhere, anytime. We are the Thunderbirds.
And now, Washington, D.C., stand tall as America's ambassadors in blue opening the tribute to celebrate 250 years of the greatest nation on earth. America's Own, your 2026 United States Air Force Air Demonstration Squadron. From Nellis Air Force Base in Las Vegas, Nevada, and known to all the world as the Thunderbird. American patriots, have your cameras ready for a picture of the mission flying at spots. As the dragons approaching from their right. For your 2006 Guided Pass and Review. For aircraft with the knife edge pass.
The original Thunderbird Diamond was led by Major Dick Catledge, with Twin Captains Buck and Bill Patillo as wingmen, and Captain Rob Kanaga as the slot pilot. Now look to your left as the current Thunderbird Diamond maintains precise formation position in the diamond roll. As we fly for you today, we are proud to represent America's Air Force. We are the most lethal Air Force on the planet. Now look back to your right. Find Thunderbirds 5 and 6. teamed up this time to create a mirror image in their trademark Calypso Pass. Ladies and gentlemen, the diamond is approaching from over your left shoulder in the extremely tight echelon formation. Watch as 1 becomes 4 in the echelon pass. In review. Surprise, America! That was Thunderbird 6, sneaking up on you with the sound of freedom. Now watch from your left as our lead solo, Major Shoal, maintains level flight while performing the challenging slow roll. Inbound from the right, Triple will demonstrate the extraordinary roll performance of the F-16 with 4 consecutive aileron rolls at low altitude. The diamond is approaching from the right. This is a rare opportunity to go inside the cockpit of Thunderbird 1 as Knight calls for the 4 diamond pilots to perform simultaneous aileron rolls in close formation.
Ready, now and roll.
From your right, Rogue, and from your left, Triple. Inbound for show center at a closing speed of over 1,000 miles per hour. Before passing, they'll bank sharply, narrowly avoiding each other for the opposing knife edge pass. Approaching ahead and to the left, the Thunderbirds are in the challenging trail formation, with each wingman flying just a few feet from the aircraft in front of them. On command, watch as they smoothly transition back to the Thunderbird Diamond. Two solo pilots, Rogue and Triple, have once again positioned themselves on opposite ends of the show line to cross the show center for the inverted pass. A difficult maneuver made even more challenging since Thunderbird 5 to your left is approaching upside down. From directly in front, Thunderbirds 1 through 4, Knight, Shadow, Crime, and Slasher will pull straight up into the vertical and trail formation. Emerging from the smoke, you will see the pilots have skillfully transformed back into the Thunderbird Diamond. As our two solo pilots, Thunderbirds 5 and 6, rejoin with the Diamond to form the Thunderbird Delta formation. We would like to take a moment to honor those veterans in the crowd today whose service and sacrifice have given us the freedoms that we so greatly cherish. For the past 73 years, the Thunderbirds have inspired hope,
This morning, as many as 200,000 people expected in Washington, D.C. to celebrate the 215th anniversary of the U.S. Army, the National Mall center stage for a festival, flyover, historic military parade.
With the creation of America's Army on June 14, 1775, liberty got its shield and the freedom got its sword.
So we're back again, the Army 250th Parade.
This is the U.S. Army in Vietnam, the era of air mobility, fierce firefights, and unwavering...
Ladies and gentlemen, the safety of our guests, performers, and staff is our top priority. Freedom 250, United States Secret Service, United States Park Police, National Park Service, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and all public safety partners are actively monitoring weather conditions.
As we celebrate the 200...
For your safety, all guests must seek shelter in the various white tents on the left and right side of the back of the event site. Please remain calm, follow the directions of law enforcement and event staff, and stay tuned for Freedom 250's official channels for updates. Freedom 250 will share updates on programming and doors reopening. Please stay close to our official channels for updates. Thank you.
Selflessly to the war on terror, to the Gold Star families with us today. The courage of your heroes is the bedrock on which our
Is this any of y'all?
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been asked to tell you, our officials have asked to tell you we need evacuation right away. There are 3 locations you can take refuge in at this time: the African American Museum, the Department of Commerce, and the Ronald Reagan Building. We'll keep you updated so we can get our program underway, but we're just keeping you advised at this time. You can take shelter at the African American Museum, the Department of Commerce, and the Ronald Reagan Building. Thank you for your cooperation. collaboration with the National Capital Safety Planning Committee and our public safety partners. Please remain calm, proceed to the nearest exit, follow all instructions from law enforcement, event staff, and volunteers. We thank you for your cooperation. Again, for your safety, Freedom 250, directing all guests to immediately evacuate the event grounds due to approaching severe weather. It was made in coordination with the National Capital Regional Planning Committee and our public safety partners who always have your safety in mind. Thank you for your cooperation.
Greg, what are you doing?
Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. VOG 1, 2, 3.